it's still open. What the hell? And still, you gotta be kidding me. What is this? Yeah, something super weird is going on. This window, I cannot get it with alt top. While layer says normal, and the layer of this thing also normal, so why not? Oh, and now it's there. But now it's no longer there. Yeah, that's what I mean. This browser is switching to above dock layer for some unknown reason. I can't even set it to normal, because if I do, it just stays being above dock. I think it has to do with Netflix and probably caused that. What if I just close this top? Nope, that doesn't help. Reopen close top. And then I'm gonna close the whole fucking window. Now it's normal. What the hell is this? Maybe that was it. I don't know. Something some pop up or something that wanted to be in the front, really. Yay! Now I can go there. Yeah. Anyways, so I want to just remove this or leave it anyway. Let's see, this is 49. It's a bit much. It is a bit much. $15. 26, 27, 28. That is 30. And that is 32. 34. 5. That is 37, actually. 39. 40. 42. 46. 52. 55. 61, 62, 64, 67, 71. 76. Unbelievable. A lot, yes. Now let's add all the macros. Macro 1. Everything has two things, right? Like 1, 2, 3. I think it's not particularly interesting. I'll just swap the order or something. Does the spelling locations. So we're not really going to do anything with it, but let's see, this is column 25. So that is 28. 31. I don't understand this thing here. It's like 6,11 till 22. What is 11 then? Oh, 11 is the end of the line. At least, yeah. The first position where there is nothing. Oh, this is just 22 then. And that's 25. Code 3 does not have anything. Let's have no definition at all for that one. Yeah, okay, do that. Then it's empty, right? Or is it 1? I don't know. It's line 9. This is line 7, column 9. En dan ik doe macro 4, which is, it only has one parameter. Tin 9, and this one is 19. Right, and now this is line 17. Token is not a valid binary operator in a preprocessor sub-expression. So checking that. Yeah, like, interesting that it checks that actually. Let's put multiplication here. Yeah, defining that one thing empty is probably no longer working, although yeah, and these of course, I'll just have to put something there as well then. Column 16. No, yeah, I'll just dump a plus in here. So that is 24. And this one is 26. Well, no, it is. So this looks like a normal expression. Dot and 2. This is 2. This 2. Yeah. It werkt. Okay, okay. All the define should work. So at macro 1, this adds macro 2, add macro 3, add macro 4, add macro 5. And then we get macro expansions. Which then says that it is queuing that stuff. So it's queuing macro 1, and then 4, and then 3, and then 2, which is so totally random order. And then we are trying to process the hashtag if here. So this is the place where it starts to become interesting. What is that doing? No, even that is not interesting yet. Because it just adds the hashtag and the if. Now, along with that if, we get a source range. And the source range, that is interesting. The source range gives me location 17.5. This is for the first token, that makes sense. And 1776 with spelling 1316. So 76 is indeed the last argument here. But it's macro 5, so the spelling is 1316. I don't see a 13. It's probably this one. Yeah. $13.16, that's this 42. Yeah, I'm never interested in the spelling locations really. So we just look at the begin and end location, then it's a token range, all at 17, line 17, from 5 to 76. So this is the first one, and that is the last one. Now I stored the macro positions, so the macro name positions rather, but not everything else. So if I want to format this, then we have to separately find that as separate tokens. Let's concentrate on the plus here. It's really outside of all the other macros. The only way to find this is by lexing the source range that we got. So this says we are calling lex source range from 17.5 till 1776. But it's not really 1776. It's the thing with the spelling thingy there. Does that work? I think it works actually, because it's just the last thing. So this thing is adding 1775. Notice this. Then the plus at 17.7. I have got to mark that here. Plus 77 and 79, and yeah, it tells me that it's a raw identifier, but I have the same locations stored, so I know what it is. But then it just tells me everything. What? Parenthesis L parent. I want to store it as an L parent eventually, so yeah, why not? Numeric constant plus again a raw identifier. L parent raw identifier. Maybe this is useful. Maybe it is useful. Okay, and if you go on, then we get the end if. So this is all we get basically, but it finds the next token. At that point I realized that because this didn't add anything, I I just printed so far. It says that all of this was skipped. Everything was skipped. Which then adds this space, and then I encounter the 1, and then I don't know what 1 is, so it stops. I would have recognized the macro, but yeah, it begins with a 1, so I definitely have to I would rather have just added the 1 already, right? So let's say I'm starting adding stuff here. Problem is that if I run into a function like macro, I don't know. Let's just try it. This might just work. Grab sources. Okay. Right now I'm only calling this for the source ranges passed to an directive condition. So maybe should rename this. I don't know. So just add everything that we find, then it definitely will add that 1. So see what happens. Oh. Yeah, but well, it's passed as a const reference. Maybe I should just pass it as a reference. Yeah. Pusher makes sense. So find it found the one number constant, and then we add that, and actually, yeah, we try to add that, which then first adds the white space, and there you go. Then it adds the one. Okay. And then add another white space, and it adds plus, and then it adds another white space, and then it adds a row identifier macro 1, but that should not happen, of course. That is, I don't want to add a row identifier, I want to add it as a macro. Actually, the same thing happened. I don't want to add this as an L parent. I want to add it as a L parent of a macro. Not even sure if that's very useful. Anyways, you can always recognize macros by their offset. That's the first thing I have to do. Okay, this just continues at everything. Last one is Marco 5, then we're done. Then we enter the end if, and now the gap is, well, just white space and comments. So that is then added, and another comment, and then we're done. Yep, it just added stuff in the wrong. It added the wrong stuff. I'll be right back. Yep. Okay. Too many. Do it. Open. Cannot find it back. Lexed token. No, this is the one. That has a token kind. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, it's hidden in some kind of file. Yeah, that is just this one, right? Beats me. I have to go back to the token again. Unbelievable. This was all. No, it's a comment. This is the one. This one. Let's see if this compiles. Kind of confused how this got set. I think the processing the gap is doing that, right? Must have been processing a gap with the macro in it in. Oh, it's actually adding it. Yeah, that will do it. So what do we get here then? Skipped text space macro 1. Yeah, that would add it. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, so it adds the plus and then it skips the row identifier, which is the macro. And then it finds the L parent. I don't understand why we do this here. Indentation disappears. Is it a fake indentation found? Yes, it is. So I need a real indentation, probably here. Wait a minute. Just create an indent object. Namespace debug. But. I think it might be the easiest if I just skip everything that belongs to the macro, which is not that easy though. At least Yeah, so this one is found and we do nothing with it. And then the L parent is found and we do something with it, but I shouldn't. However, I am, therefore we are trying to add the L parent. Which then sees that we skipped the macro name, which is the case because I didn't add it. Which begins with a space, so first we add a white space, and then we add, it recognizes that this is a macro, which is a good thing. So it adds it correctly. But yeah, then the L parent is added, and we should not have done that. And everything inside it as well. Number constant is added and so on, but yeah. Eventually something goes wrong. So I need to recognize that it is a macro, and I am at the moment that I'm trying to add let's see, this, which is the result of processing the gap as a result of trying to add the L parent. Okay, so that's not going to be a problem, I guess, to simply not add the L parent. Then it will also not add the macro at that point. I'll have to find that it is a macro. So in this case you get the offset. I just need to know if it is a macro. So if the offset equals, no, that's slightly different. Translation unit next macro is next macro offset. Then write this one. So the translation unit itself needs is next macro with offset type. Yep, already have one here. The type is next macro. That would mean that the thing that we add stuff to is not empty. And the first element has that offset. So that is the first element, that is just begin, which is an iterator that deals reference to the value type. So the key is just the first. Might as well do that in line. It's so short. Yeah. So we add the one, and then we add a plus, I hope. No, white space first. And then we add a plus. And then we find the raw identifier, which is the next macro. And then we do nonsense again. So what should we do? Now we find a raw identifier, that is actually the next macro, so we're not going to add it. We're going to do something. Now if it is not a macro, then I should just add it, I guess. To kind of fall through and then we add it. And if it is the next macro, then I think I just don't want to add it and skip everything else until the closing parenthesis. Which means I think I have to check if the next thing is an opening parenthesis. If it is not, then this is not a function like macro, so we can immediately process it. While if it is, then we have to count the number of opening parentheses, and then as soon as the parenthesis is closed again completely, then we can start lexing again. I need 2 booleans, I think. Let's see. So I'm going to set a boolean here. Found macro is 2. So it said this, and then we continue, and then if the next parameter is not an L parent, then it's okay to just add it. And so we just continue as if the macro was finished. Otherwise, I also want to set found macro to false, I think. I don't want to do this again. So do that here. Actually, you don't know that, of course. Can you have a non-function like macro followed by a parenthesis? Yes, of course. So I have to detect if it is a function like macro in a different way. Let's first pretend that we can detect that by looking at the parentheses. So we do. So if the number of parentheses is larger than 0, then skip everything, right? Just continue. But you need to keep track of the macro count. The parenthesis count, I mean. So if you find the first L parent, then we set the count to 1, continue. Then this is false, the next iteration, and then this is true, so then we get here. And then if the next one is an R parent, then now it becomes 0, but we skip that one as well. And we skip everything else as well, as long as parenthesis is not returned to 0 here. That should work. Okay, but I have to detect if it is a function like macro, so I'm afraid that the is next queued macro. I can just return the type, maybe. The macro invocations store PP tokens, which I can use, I suppose. And let's return either function macro L parent. No, I'm just going to return this. Yeah, this is stored or this is stored. And if nothing is stored, because the thing is empty, or because it just is not that macro, it is not a macro, then I have to return something else, like anything really. White space. It's a bit dirty to do that. Maybe use standard or optional. This is a PP token. It's a wrapper then. It's not really the kind. I mean, PP token is a wrapper around the kind, so it's still called kind, but really it is PP token that is being returned here. So returns the macro preprocessor token. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, this should always be true then. Yeah, I have no idea how standard option works. Never used it. No, seriously. I'll have to look it up. Standard optional. Bleh. Just the references, I guess. X is the contained value. Yeah. So if the result equals, well, this is a PP token, so I have to get kind. Kind equals whatever, function like marker, what was it? PP token something. Kind. You don't have a kind. I just have to access it directly. And then function macro invocation name. Yep, so if the kind equals a function macro invocation name, then it is a function like macro, otherwise it was a normal macro. And it's not which you also want to skip. And if this returns false, then that wasn't a macro. Okay, I can't type anymore. this compiled before? Or did I not try to compile this yet? Token kind. Get kind returns a token kind. Which is not an enum class, so clang talk whatever it is. Do I have to include this? Oh fuck, that's just too lazy to read. It's lparent. Yeah, I kind of interpreted it as it doesn't compile, and then completely overlooked that it is very clearly telling me I should add an underscore. It finished. Okay, we need to run into this once. And apparently it works. I mean, lparent, another lparent, and closing that again, and another lparent, and closing that again, and closing our matching thing. So all of that is skipped. And then we find the plus, and that plus is being added. And before we add it, we do process gap, which then sees that we skipped all of this, which is totally correct. Therefore, it adds the white space, and then we add macro 1, and then we add the function macro invocation lparent. So now it has the right type. And then it goes slightly wrong again. Now we are adding the argument without lexing it. So this is just the whole string. And here we get a comma, the white space, another argument. This thing has 3 arguments, right? comma, white space, the last argument, closing parenthesis, white space, and then the plus. And another one white space, and then we get macro 5. That's the last one. Adding raw identifier. Wait a minute. No, okay, but it doesn't recognize that as a macro because the next unprocessed macro is macro 2. Only macro 1 was processed. So I have to add the same thing, kind of, for the source range of the arguments. So we recursorily call lexed source range on each argument, then it will also lexed macro 2, and then recognize this as a macro as well. It should work right. And here we find the end if, and then that says where's my gap? Processing gap skipped, yeah. Just after the whole thing, so that it would be starting here, I guess, or the new line here. Newline-C comment. Yeah, newline-C C++ comment. Huh? Yeah, C++ comment. No, there's no C++ comment. Here. There's no new line in front of the. I think it's printing C++ comment while it is C comment. No, it's printing this. What is this? Is it the wrong file, or did I not save this? I didn't save it. Right. Okay, so C comment, very good. White space, directive, and if space C++ comment. Yeah. So what is left now is to do the same thing for each function macro invocation argument. Yeah. Yeah, I want to add everything that is lexed inside of that as an inside a container that is this name. But I'm not at the level of containers yet. But yeah, I probably should create a separate function then for this, so it's easier to add that later. So instead of directly adding this, I'm going to call a function which then doesn't add this, but just, I don't know, lexes the source range. Something like that. Yeah, these are just offsets, I think. The length here. And I have a function that takes an... doesn't really take offsets. So I want to call lex source range, which, yeah, takes the source range instead of offsets. This is called from translation unit already. Might as well call this one directly then. Which takes a translation unit and a token range, but okay. So we must construct a source range then. Source range is constructed from two source locations. And the source location, or is that already the best one here? Basic source location, it should be. Return a source location with the specified offset from this source location. It's not a constructor. I can use this for the getting the end. Nah. Get from raw encoding. I just have an offset, man. What is the raw encoding? Beats me. Looks like I need to create a raw encoding, or yeah, I don't see anything else really. I have the feeling I have this offset. I'm not 100% sure, but probably, and it's not a macro, so yeah, my ID should be exactly the same as the offset that I have. it should be case. Provided it is a file ID, which means it points to a file and not a model. Which should be the case, I think. Yeah, so we need to call this one. Hey, happy money. Get a file location, something. This is so vague. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna try this one. So create a source location from the offset as long as it is something that points to a file, and this is the case, right? Put a token range here. I mean, the gap is just always something in the file itself. Yeah, so totally must be possible. So let's create an source location. Let's see if I need a clang here or not. Probably. Static function. So it returns the source location, but it just literally adds it. That would be length then. So this thing must point one past the end or not? I don't know. Probably not actually. But okay, if I use this and then whatever I pass is being added. Yeah, so that must be. This is the length. Doesn't tell me much, and does it? Well, it does tell me that the end is inclusive, otherwise the +1 would not have been there. I think I'm just gonna do the same thing as here. Wait a minute. Cap start. Oh shit, it's a private member. Yes, it is. This is the exact same thing, but then not private. Why? Just replace L with X, same thing. And ID with encoding. Okay, we'll call this one then. Have it your way. But we're not supposed to know how the encoding works, so maybe I should convert my offset to a raw encoding somehow. But how? See, it's more difficult than that. There is an encode. No, it's not an encoding thing. Source location encoding. It sounds a lot like what I want. AST not, dwarf definitely not. Different architectures, no. Assembly printer. Another AST. Serialization. Yeah, no. The lexed maybe, but this is just a call to it. Raw encoding. Gets the raw encoding. No, I think we have to look here. That if I mean the name of the file is like, hey, you want to know this? This way we encode source locations. Or not. Or not. Encode raw. It's just a rotation. This is zigzag and zag stuff. What the hell? Not talking about offsets though. It's between raw and encoded. I have no clue what this is doing. There's a base offset here though. Yeah. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. Let's forget about it. We just do We'll just wait till it crashes, I guess. Please don't crash. Oh, well, that's what it does. Related to offset. The problem that it has is that 383 is less than 384. Close enough though. This plus here is after the macro, I guess. That is this plus here. And then it says you try to add that plus, but then you skipped all of this, which is just macro 1 with 2 spaces left and right. So it adds a space, and then it adds macro 1 as a macro invocation name. And then we add the function macro invocation left parenthesis, which is at 384. And then it tries to add the argument, and the argument is this thing. Yeah, first argument of macro 1. That should start at 385 then. I mean, if the parenthesis is at 384. Okay, it finds a numeric constant here at 1714. That's too low. It's at 16. The 2 is at offset of column 16, and it thinks that it is 14. Why? How? How can I find the numeric constant at that point? Oh, this one here. Oh, it would still find the 1 then. So maybe I just set my start at the wrong point, and it's at I'm trying to lex this thing. And then it says, okay, then start with a digit, so think that's going on. You can make sure by quickly changing this into anything but a 1. So we have a macro 1. Change this into T. So that should then end with something that is not a number constant here. Yeah, that's a raw identifier. Let's add the debug output. Of course, I just print the source range, and we should be able to see this immediately where the start is. I'm not sure I can print the source range, but if not, then we'll add that too. I'm just gonna add it first. Just print the source file or something like that. Oh, wait a minute, this thing does not have a name. To name, well, name must be it. Yeah, I bet this must be a print source range. Huh? Oh, no. Cannot print source ranges. Print source range. Strange. Or maybe not super strange. Like this, or yeah, let's, I don't know. I think it's just printing two source locations though, and not even the text. It's not really what I want then. This actually prints stuff. Maybe you should look at that. Oh, it's just created from a string view. Oh. AKA offsets and length, which I just converted to source locations. Horrible. So now you pick the source range apart into offsets again in order to print the actual source range. Or I can add it. Maybe I should just add it to the debug thingy. I mean, kind of makes sense to print it as a range. Print source range. Debug source range. Yeah. Print on. This is doing it. But it's a character source range. Yeah, I want to convert my source range to a character source range, which is probably possible. But how? Get as character source range? Is that not an existing thing? print, print to string. It's the other way around probably. Get token range, get character range. No, it's a token range. Yep. So I call this character source range get token range. It did not work. It says it's a different file, which is kind of I don't believe it. DDB. It did not work because I have to provide full path here, of course. Let's do a breakpoint. 20. End location is complete BS. Yeah, this is not a file location. There must be file locations, otherwise it doesn't work. So why is it not a file location? Because this is a macro location. Oh, right. Yeah. Up. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay. Wait a minute. So then how do I do that? Probably have to go here. Copy. Quit. Yes. Yeah, no, I should probably change it before I call this. Okay, what's this all the time? Ignoring swap file. Hello, Varun. Is this what I wrote in the description? What is not clear about it? Where am I calling that thing? That is the question, right? And it was... I'm so out of it. Oh yeah, that apparently I have this file open. Here, probably. Okay. Quit. That should help. So I'm calling it here, and we are passing a macro location as the end one, which is just simply, yeah, that's what it is. So definitely do not want to do that. Definitely do not want to do that on the Gib side plus that. What? That's not a macro location. Shit. Impossible. I think I need a breakpoint here. Do we have a restart edit? It is not in utils. WDS. Totally debug stuff, and I add utils. There. Saved count is set to 0. It's just the very first time we get there, I suppose. No, we never get there. Okay. Seriously. Yeah. Completely different function. That is called lexed source range. So so what happened is I have lexed source range. I use it here. I add a call to lexed source range from a different function. And then I add debug output in that function. And then it crashes there. So I think something is wrong in where I called it. And then I mean, the last place where I added it, but it's not true. It's just impossible to print it, period. So it's the one that already existed, where I have to make change, and the other one is our file locations, but this can be oh my god! Oh yeah, there's too many of them. So then probably have to do it at the beginning of lexed source range. Which, what I want to do is exactly this, to get the expansion locations. Nah, then I'll just... Hey, my Louis is back. How are you, man? Yeah, okay. I said I was worried. I know another Louis. I teach chess to on a youth chess club. So I know a 13-year-old Louis that I teach chess to. But there are probably more than one Louis in the whole world. So it wasn't very likely. What shall we do? I want to print simply the range here for using the expansion locations. But I want to have the de-entering at the top. Yeah, let me see how he writes his name. Is it slightly different? Different group. This one. Yeah, I thought it's a bit different. His name is written like this. There's an O in it. Do I also pronounce your name wrong then? Yeah, and if I pronounce your name in Dutch, it would be Luis. So there's many ways to pronounce it, right? And do I have to pronounce the S that you say this? Is it Luis? Well, you have to live with Louis otherwise. It's a silent S. Print source range. Okay, let's do the following. I'm just cutting this off here. I want to have it at the top, so I print at the top, and then we do continued. And then I'm printing. I'm just stop printing here. And then I can do DC finish. And then we print the rest. But to do that a little bit lower, namely at the moment that I have my expansion locations. And then I want to print a character source range, which means I need a character source range, but I only have, these are still token locations. So now I have to create a token location, source location, and then convert that. Oh my god. That really, yeah, I think so. So this range here now must be reconstructed. Gives me the feeling that this is way more dirty than it should have been. It must be possible to do that better. But for now, let's see if it compiles and runs and prints exactly what I want, and then forget about it. Compile. Compiled. That's one step. We'll be pessimistic and run it in the debugger. Take to the relative data. Continue. Yep, not working. You've got to be kidding me. It's not printing the character range, the content. And what is with the 1737? It's in both places. This is supposed to be the beginning of the last token. And this is supposed to be a character range, so this should be the end of the last token. 1737. Oh, we're at this plus here. And that's the last token. Hmm. Loads of things are going wrong. Oh, wait, but I have an offset of 2, right? So I'm just adding the length. So we have here column 14. Oh, you can't see that. Yeah, column 14. That is the 1 here. And that should have been the 2. That's why it asserts. So that's a shift of 2. So if then the end is given as this plus, then actually you have to shift it again. And that is correct, because I'm trying to print this thing. So yeah, the beginning of the last token is the same as the end of the last token. Because the end is just the last character. And this token has only 1 character. So if I add, and then I have to change everything, but maybe temporarily make this a 2. Add a 2, then the beginning and the end is no longer the same. And so it is the same still, really. 3/8 and 3/8. I don't know. I mean, the 3/8 is correct, but then this 3/8 is not correct. Unless it is a character range instead of a token range. So there's a call to this function from process gap. Oh. Oh, now we are, oh yeah, never mind. Now we are back at the latest call to lexed source range. So the previous one does work. I just have to highlight this and then find the one that went wrong before, which is this one. But yeah, it's still not printing actually characters, fortunately, and that's what I want to. Yep. I'm gonna remove the restart stuff because it wasn't helping. Hmm. 186. Yeah, these are character locations, not token locations, because I construct them from a raw encoding, apparently, which is just an offset. And that's not correct, because lexed token range expects a token range, although I guess I can make it work for both. It's kind of ridiculous. I have exactly what I want. Offsets, I just work with, I prefer working with offsets because they are just clear instead of source locations. But then I have to convert them to source locations and then convert it to source range, and then in the function take it apart again, and all kinds of shit is happening with raw encoding that I don't understand and stuff. It just, I think I should just ditch the whole clang source location or range and keep working with my offsets. Yeah, so is that going to be a problem if I call this function and I get offsets instead? We need a file ID. Not really, though, just to assert, to make sure that, which is implied if I pass offsets. So might as well skip the asserts then. Lex range lex start pointer. This is a character pointer. Yeah, which is just another way of saying give me the beginning of the file and then add that offset. Probably this thing's doing quite literally. Yeah, buffer start plus whatever the offset is. And the other one. That is must be a pointer to the desired lexing subrange one past the last character. Well, it's still a source location here though. But that is then converted again. So we're doing a lot of trouble also to just work around the horrible source locations and stuff. So I think is that can source location though. The lexer needs source locations. Arg. Start of the buffer, end of the buffer. Location for start of file. That's just a file. It's all character pointers. Guess I can just use this one instead of using source location. Not sure which one I'm calling though. What is the source location for the start of the file then? And then we just have buffer start buffer pointer, what is that? Buffer end. Okay, not easy. So what I'm going to do is do a commit, and then we'll make that big change. Yeah, nobody wants this except me. I might as well not commit it, I suppose. Okay, so do get add minus p. No. Yes. 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 Oh. Well, did not commit and push that yet. Mm-hmm. More modified content. What the hell? Okay, and then yeah, it wasn't that easy because this is calling 4 times that function with a range, which I just get from the Clang library. There's nothing to do about that. So I need to keep this signature. But yeah, sort of have to unpack it to character const pointers for the file buffer. So this, yeah. Once I have this, I can maybe call another function, which just takes that, and then we can call that from the other place. Or I don't want to work with source ranges, but just with offsets. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So I do not want to do this because I want to print the text in that range, not again the same source locations. So I don't need this either. It's just not printed at all at the moment. Okay, so here we have a pointer to the beginning of the buffer. Why do I need that? The end of the buffer, the lexed needs it. How lame is that? But the file buffer is, we got that from just the FID. It's nothing to do with this. Well, I got the FID from that, but yeah. But in the end, that should be the main file. So I'm checking that it is the case here. But below this, I might as well use translation unit file ID and not use FID on the expansion location begin, as in not going to use that. Oops. This seems incredibly inefficient. So copy the whole file into a string. Well, it says reference, but source manager get buffer data. We have start column. Is it just a string view in this thing? The start of the string, the length of the string. It's just a string view, it's not a real string. Okay, that case it's not inefficient, I guess. It just points to the buffer. The file was read into memory already. And that's what we use our offsets for anyway. And this is then pointing to the begin and having the length, so extract that again separately for some reason. Might as well work with string ref. I bet that gives me the, yeah, well, that would be the data. Okay, give it a name. Filebuf starts, filebuf end, and then obviously again. So basically, I'm unpacking the file buffer string view here as two separate pointers. Yeah, I think I want to work with the size though, so maybe I should pass the start and the length to a new function. And then we create a new source location because that is necessary for the lexer. That's the lexer. This is just the file start source location. Get location for start of file. No, okay, no problem there. End. Okay, so I think I'm going to call another function here. Let's call that lexed source range as well. And then we'll pass the start. And a length, which is probably a size type. Oh, wait a minute. That is simply this size here. File buffer size? No. Actually, yes, yes, yes. No, that's the whole thing. I only have the end. No, I want offset, man. It's a bit sad that I have to do this call though, even though it's probably not super slow. Just to get the start of the file, which I then subtract from this. Because then in that function we need to get it again to convert it back. It's kind of okay, it's difficult enough. Let me first do this. So this function now takes apart the range, converts it to an offset and a length, and then calls that function. Maybe in an inefficient way, but that would be all of this. Whoa, it's quite a lot. But yeah, I mean, we get a range, so we have to get source locations of that. And then you have to get the expansion locations of that. There's no way around it. And yeah, this is nothing. It's just a few asserts. And I have to do this anyway. Just get a character pointer to the start that you must be lexing. Apparently the lexer needs the end of the token, so we need to calculate the length of the token and then add that. From that we can get the character pointer. And this is information that I need in the second function. But I'm not parsing it. It's a bit dubious, isn't it? Instead I'm parsing differences. Okay, anyway, file above end is file above start. See, I need that again. No, I just need a different function. So I need this function, but then that can call again another function, and then we need just another function like this, which gets past everything that we actually need. Namely, file above start. And the file buffer size. I could maybe just shoot past the whole file buffer there. No, I don't want to. What is this? I think I don't need a file above end. I just need to pass the end of the thing that I want to lex. Actually, this is an assert thing that is tested by that marker. This one too. So now I calculated the file buff start, which is passed. And we have the range lexed start and end pointer. And I just pass them as is to this function. Then we can continue with that. Let me see if this works. CQ compiles and stuff. Oh, clank frontend. Yeah, that's annoying. I'll just use the unsigned unit. Well, if translation unit is undefined here, because I have it just forward declared, should I not move the offset and over here? Does the translation unit have a definition of the clank frontend? It does. See? So yeah. Oh, wait a minute, CXX file. So it does not then. It's probably still better to add it to both. Yeah. Now, if only I could remember why I changed this. To the end of the buffer and then terminate like that. You would think that if I pass the correct end pointer here that it would work as well. Although I'm not sure then how to detect the end. It's annoying. Let's do it's a boolean. It's a token from a designated rule lexer, one with no associated preprocessor object. Then through the next character to read pointer points at the end of the lexer buffer. Oh yeah, that was the reason. It wants to be null terminated. That is so ridiculous. Yeah. That is pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that was the reason. I don't know what to do. I mean, assuming I cannot change the buffer, otherwise they would have done it. You could just write a 0 there if you need it. Which means that if I can only lex anything that ends in a 0 and I cannot change the buffer, then we have to lex until the end of the file, which is what I was doing. However, then how to detect when the lexer has processed the last token in the range that I want to process, while the only thing we get back is the token itself. So that means I have to convert the token that we get back to the position in the buffer again. It's extremely annoying. Then I could compare it. So it must be the do. And then we do while until the current token location, and then I might as well construct it the other way. So I would again equal this to the end location. However, that only works if I start with a token range. Otherwise we'll never know what that is. No, I have to convert this to an offset and then compare it with an offset. Still not sure if this is now one past the end or points at the end. So point to the start of the specified location. Oh, this is the actual end location. The end location is points to the start of the last token in the location after the token, pointed to the end of our desired lexing subrange, one past the last character. Okay, if I believe my comment, then this is one past the last one, so this is the one past the last one. So the plus one is not correct. So the difference then is the actual length in characters. So the last token offset is then starting, it's less than, right? Less than or equal, because now it's going to be one past the end. No, wait a minute. It's equal. Definitely not equal. While anvil. But this is really going to lex one token more than I want, because there is no way I can detect that we reach the end with just the beginning. So what I would have to calculate then is also the length of every token, which is really too CPU intensive in my opinion. Well, that's bullshit, but I'm not going to do that. So if, say, this is the last token, we just process the last token. That means that token offset is the offset of the last token. Then that is the offset to the first character of the last token. And if that token has a length larger than 1, it can be arbitrarily far in front of the end. Therefore, we always will continue, and then, well, in that case anyway, and then lex one token more, which then we don't want to add. But this is continued until we have we did add it, so that's kind of annoying. So I should add an exit coder here, so I don't do anything. So I'm lexing it, found something that I don't even want to print because it's beyond it. Found function like macro, well, that would be bad. But I can assume that that then is not the case. This should also never be the case. So then we calculate this. And then from that I can do if this is now larger or equal last token offset, then we want to stop. As in what is the word? Bail? Bail out. This is already past the last token. I have the feeling that this is going wrong. When we try to lex a range that actually goes all the way till the end of the file, because then we cannot go past it. So I'll have to test that separately. And this must be an int in the loop that you can just break from. And I still need to define my last token offset. That's however no longer a token offset, it's now just a character. It's a range end offset, I guess, or something like that. Calculate the range end offset from whatever we have here. I'm gonna go, I think I can do that here. And that is the same type as this, so I can just copy that. Maybe I should do it down here. Not gonna change. I'm gonna make it const for clarity. So this is an offset, so that must be something probably like, oh, I have a range size. Yeah, so that's the offset of the start of the range plus the range size. And then the offset of the start of the range is the start of the range minus the start of the buffer. I don't have a range end pointer here. Where is that being used? Not at all. Yeah, this is also just plus size, so this is one past the end. This is also one past the end size, I think. Well, no, it's just size, of course, but Again, here we just have a difference, so that can be compared. Meaning that if it is equal, then yeah, we just go exactly up till and including the last character. So that is the largest possible value, that it is equal. And here I have the lex range lex start minus file buff start, so that is the offset of that thing, plus that. Yes, I guess it's the offset of the end. Is that true? Yeah, also 1 past the end then. Yeah, well, end usually stands for 1 past the end, if you get what I mean. I use end for 1 past the end and last for not 1 past, but just pointing at the last thing. Now what? I did update that one. We found the plus and we want to add it. At that point we discovered that we skipped a lot of macros. Therefore we add a white space. And then we find that, well, the next thing we find that, hey, that was a macro, so we add the macro name. Then we try to process the gap for. No, I'm not sure what happens. I mean, the next thing would be adding a parenthesis, if you ask me. And it doesn't know that. So the next, it just adds the next thing that it wants to add, and I don't know what that is. Very far. Or maybe just, I don't know, the same thing. So we added space and we added the macro 1. So now we try to add this. So is that good enough? No, it's not, because now we are still skipping all of that, right? I mean, it's just as this part. So in the meantime, we know that we added a macro name. So now it says, okay, that must be the left parenthesis of a macro then. Let's add that. And then it's going to add the first argument of that macro, which is this part. So we're calling lexed source range for the range form, and that is wrong. I still have to fix that. 14, column 14 till 37. Column 14 is here. So yeah, it's pointing at the 1 here for some reason instead of the 2. The length should be correct, so the 37 is here, yeah. Also 2 before the actual end. I must have done a -1 instead of a +1, I suppose. Anyway, then it says, okay, found the numeric constant. That would be the 1 here. And that means that the gap is negative, so it stops. And what I have been trying to do all this time is that I want to see that it's going to do that 1, so that this is the 1, which means because, well, what are we lexing? So this thing should have been printing that part, 1 parenthesis open, blah blah blah, until the 4 highlighted stuff. And it still isn't doing it. And I'm not going to do that here. I'm going to do that in the function that we call now. I'll do a new out entry. Yeah, the same as up here. Let me just copy it. Not print the whole file. Buff to string. That should pretty much work. Just put quote around it, but the thing itself could contain double quotes, so I would rather use a special quotes, which maybe I still have here laying around. Nope, not really. Yeah, where did I do that? I think in that was in the print character source. Yeah, these things here. I like that. I'll just copy everything. The other one as well. And then compile. It compiled. Run. Delete breakpoint 1. Now it's going to print it. Finally. Still looking for it though. Not even seeing my... oh, here it is. Yeah. So that is the thing that's going to lex. So that starts at the 1, which is sort of bullshit. But it's printing it totally correctly. I wish it had a color though, because I could hardly find it back. But yeah, forget it. So why is this having the wrong source location? I think I'm just going to set a breakpoint actually. Meaning that okay, this is where we are, and it is wrong. And why is it wrong? Because the lex start pointer points at that 1. And why is it doing that? It is doing that because it was passed to this function. Well, that was calculated here. Was calculated from expansion location begin. Yeah. How do we check that that is wrong? It's probably wrong, but you know, you might as well test it. That is hexadecimal 181. Let's do a hex dump. On 81 is 28 here. That's the opening parenthesis, not the 1. Am I not getting something? I think that this is offset 0. That's even one further then. Huh? What? Well, maybe it is correct. Yeah, if this is 0, well, that is 0. So 181 is actually the 32 here. This is 0, of course. 1, yeah. Which is the 2, which is correct. Oh. Expansion location begin is correct. Is it? I'm so confused. I should have printed that anyway. That's something. Oh, it's the end. Never mind that. I was looking here. So that's interesting. So I call get character data, Clang library thing. on, as far as I know, the correct source location, and that returns something that is just not correct. What? Breakpoint 2 probably should do continue. Breakpoint 3, no, I'm not sure. Or breakpoint 2. I think this one, right? But this is already pointing at the wrong place. It's also... wait, I want to... Huh? Yeah, no, I should have stopped here. Yeah. Run it again. Macro name start. It's just a macro name, man. It's the wrong name. It's not a macro name. It's argument. So this is the argument start and end, and looks good. I think also the end is good, right? 18198. One, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the 4 here. Yeah, that's correct. Step. Does constructor range. Get into my lexed source range thingy, which then prints back out the range, which is then printed as 1714, which is definitely not correct. Fourteen is pointing at the 1. How is that possible? But from the print source range might be wrong. The range itself is still looks still correct. So I don't know. Maybe I'm interpreting this wrong. Say that well, it's just the offset. Pretty sure it's just the offset, which is then the correct value. But if I try to print it, it's suddenly printing something 2 characters in front of this. I don't get it. I mean, that's already the case here. Cannot ignore that. It's hard to believe that this is not correct. Pretty sure that this is just actually 1 here. That's correct. What else could it be? But then again, it prints this. Not only does it print it, but I just did it. Then the get character data indeed returns that point. So I must be misinterpreting the fact that it's just not the offset, or the offset starts at 2 or something like that instead of 0. What? I don't get this. Really, so weird. I mean, if you do this, then indeed this is starting at the 1 of the macro. So strange. So this corresponds with the location that it prints. So we're gonna assume then that it is a wrong value. This is a wrong value. That should actually have been 183. I totally don't understand why. Yep, so I'm not doing this correctly. Okay, so the question is, how do I convert an offset to a source location? Well, that's super strange. Super strange. Get from raw encoding. So this just bang puts the offset that I have in the ID, and that's what I saw. So the offset is correct. But apparently this is not how it is done. The point is that the source location object or class namespace clang, okay. Oh, okay. They do something. Is invalid means ID equals 0. So, what if I have an offset of 0, right? I mean, why not? So it's not exactly the way I thought it was, because that means that an offset of 0, which would be totally valid, would be called invalid. So it just can't be like that. But get offset simply returns the ID minus the macro bit. But okay, that's not the offset in the file. It's offset in the manager global input view, which could be anything. Yeah, I have to construct a source location, I think, from a file ID in combination with the offset. This is just nonsense what I'm doing. And the only thing that can do that is the source manager. So I should probably look at the source manager for something that returns a source location. Is it the correct namespace or not? It is clang, yeah. That is working for me. And now I can apply the offset with the static function of the source location. So this should return 2 then, base ID 2. So not a combination of file ID and return the source location corresponding to the first byte of the specified file. Totally useful. Return the source location corresponding to the last byte of the specified file. Return the include location. Nope. The expansion location. Spelling location. Post location. Form a source location from a file ID and offset pair. Brilliant. I think this is it. This is totally it. Yep. On the source manager, file ID offset. Mm-hmm. Okay, so call on the source manager the get compose location, which takes a file ID and an offset. And the offset was correct. This is the file ID. Source managers will only down in the Clang front end, which you have a reference to. And then here it's probably simpler to use this, because then we just add this to the whatever was calculated by that function. Non-static. Yeah. Thought it was a static function, but it can't be, because it just adds something. To the offset of the object that you call it on. Maybe it's working here or something. Yeah, I'm still working here. But, yep, that was 183. Awesome. Now the lexed source range, printing the whole file, which is annoying. I just wanted to stop there actually. Yeah, this is the source. This is the start pointer, right? Okay, confused. I'm a complete idiot. It does print it correctly. This is debugger. The debugger. Ugh. Exited normally. Yeah, where am I? Okay, the if directive is added, then we get source range lex on the directive conditional, which is indeed that. It finds a numeric constant, that's the 1 of course. We add a space and then the 1. And another space and a plus, that would be this plus. And then we find a raw identifier, but hey, this is the next macro, so now we are skipping the whole macro, which would be all the way up till here. So 6 close. Numeric, but yeah, numeric constants are parent. The plus must be added, that would be this plus here. Add input token plus process gap, and then it sees that we skipped all of that because the plus is right behind here. When it sees that it is this is the next macro, that also the raw identifier was skipped. So just the whole macro is skipped. And now we're going to process that as a gap, and then it picks it up again. So the gap says, okay, white space, and then, oh, but this is a macro, and we just add it. And then we also add the opening parenthesis. And then we're going to add argument, which is lexed separately as a source range. And the argument is now correctly 2 plus macro 2 x comma y plus 3 plus 4. Got a this argument here. Yep. That's also being lexed. It exists of a number of constant, which is added. That is the 2. And then we get a plus, which comes after a space, so the white space is added, and then a plus. And then we find the raw identifier, but hey, that is the next macro, so that is macro 2, and we skip all of that. And then we find the plus, which is this plus here, which means that we're going to call process gap again, and now we see that we skipped all of that. Yeah, we did it, which then adds a space and the macro function like a macro invocation name, and then a parenthesis, of course, and then the x is also being lexed, but in this case we find the raw identifier and it's not a macro, so now we actually add it as a raw identifier instead of as an identifier, but I can live with that. And then we add a comma, and then let me see if we can follow this. Found comma, finish lexing subrange. But that's the whole, that's just the x. Add input token, function macro invocation, comma, entering process gap, null pointer. That's slightly weird. It's just no gap, I suppose. I don't know. Then, oh no, it's a fixed string actually. So that there is no gap is because of this value, and the null pointer means that there's no fixed string that we are looking for. Directly after the comma, directly after the x, we find a comma. Yes, this one. and that is a macro thingy. Macro invocation comma. Next source range. Then we get the y plus 3. That's the second argument of the macro 2. Then we're lexing that, found raw identifier. So this thing is being added, first the space and then the y. Found the plus. Again white space and then the plus. White space and then the 3. Found our parent. Finish lexing subrange. And then, oh yeah, so we go one beyond it. Yeah, so the lexing the subrange finds all the tokens and it goes one beyond the last token. So we find the R parent here, but then say, okay, apparently we went too far, so we just stop, finish lexing subrange. Maybe we should not print this, it's kind of confusing. I don't know. Entering translation unit, add input token, and now it is added as a R parent. Process gap, that is the R parent. And then we get a space and a plus. Add input token, numeric constant. Add input token versus gap, no gap. Skipped just a space, okay. Add the white space. Adding the numeric constant, which is 4. Found a comma, which is again one past the range, so we stop the range. And then we add the comma, which is actually a function macro invocation comma, which is then added. And now we are lexing the source range 5 plus macro 3. So that is the second argument of the macro 1. Finds the next macro. Macro 3. Macro invocation name. So it's not a function. And then we get a macro of a function. Macro invocation comma. So after the 3 we get the comma again, which, well, it's just part of the macro 1, which is a function like macro. Yeah, I guess it just continues to go correctly from here on out. We have the next argument. Adds 2 spaces, macro 4, parenthesis open, y space minus space x. Yes. Parenthesis close, white space plus space 6. parenthesis close, space plus, space, macro 5. And then we return to this point where now the gap until that hashtag that belongs to the end if contains all of this white space, which is then being added to a new line, C comment, white space, just a C comment, okay, and then again a new line, yeah, new line, C comment, new line, okay. And then we have the hashtag and the end if directive, and again a white space and 0 plus comments, and then we're done. Everything was done. Amazing. I don't want to touch it. This is a nice test, so let's keep it for now. I'll just make a new one. 4. So I want to test what happens if we lex something that is at the end of the file. I should probably not even worry about lexing a macro argument that is at the end of the file, or maybe just start with testing that. So define a macro that is one argument, and then at the end of the file we call that. I don't care what I put here, man. Just put something here. Yeah, that worked. It says finish lexing subrange here after finding an R parent. How does that work? Oh, okay, yeah. So the subrange here is just the Y, so we can go one past it. Now, yeah, I could try to cheat and remove that parenthesis, but then you have very broken code to begin with. Nevertheless, let's test it. Don't really want to crash on it or something. Unterminated function like macro invocation. Yeah, true. But we can ignore errors, I suppose. But does that mean that it doesn't recognize it as an macro? No, it is a macro. It was defined. Just defined as a macro. Can't follow what's going on here. So just add a function macro. Function macro lparn. Function macro parameter. It's adding it. I remember that. Yeah, I was writing this code. I was like, yeah, what to do when we can't find it? Well, let's just add it. So even if there is no closing parenthesis, it just adds someone. But apparently we're not doing a source range lexing here at all. Can't test that part. Not sure what happens here though. Or am I completely wrong? Maybe this is still the definition? No. Well, actually define. Yeah, it's not an invocation, damn it. This is still, sorry, this is just a definition still. X, this is the end of the definition. Now we encounter this. And then we encounter the end of file, and then the gap is just that. No, we're still trying to process that, I suppose. Yep. So add 2 new lines, and then gap contains a non-white space. Okay, so it's not recognizing it as a macro now. It's we don't get a call back from libclang that a macro invocation happens because of the error. But can test this with if x plus y this should lex this source range, which now really ends at the end of the file. Even can try very hard not to have a new line at the end, though I'm not sure that I can do that. Yeah, I also always have a new line. It's impossible to remove the new line without tricks. So this is probably also working. Oh, it calls it unterminated. Also, no lexing happens. Oh, it does, sorry. It does. Oh, it found the end of file. Awesome. So, okay, so that works. There is always at least an end of file then, beyond whatever you're trying to lex. And that apparently has an offset as well. It's just pointing to the end of the file, which apparently was detected correctly. Okay. Everything works. Awesome. What to do with that? Let's remove it. The scary bit is that if I do not install everything that I need, but I did now, then it will pick up stuff from the operating system while I'm working with a local install of libclang, so I can debug into it. But yeah. I think I did everything. Go, go, go. Yeah, let's do some incest again, as in formatting its own code. If this ever finishes. Yes. Goddammit, still not able to process a real file. What is this? So it added everything up till this point. So this was added. It's about 20%. Everything above was added without running into errors. No, it's not even that much. Not that much. But I had a feeling that it should not have added this. So a lexing would be just the argument. It should have been just the argument. Right. So lex the source range. Yeah, that's not good. Maybe it adds 2 characters because of the backslash here. That gets strangely. Yeah, I mean, it's a backslash. Strange things happen with backslashes. I think I'm gonna eat. I have to go shopping first, even. So I did everything that I wrote in the description of the video. So yeah, might as well end it here. Maybe I'll be back later. Then before I go shopping, I'm going to play a game of chess, of course. Ending the boycott, it said. Boycott of who? Someone being boycotted? No, I'm curious. Yeah, okay. I just did something without thinking much. Which means that I will lose instead of that I will just lose, because I would have lost anyway. Ooh, scary. Everything sucks. This knight should not have been here. Like, completely not. What is he going to do? Nothing, right? Threaten to take here? No. Threaten to nothing. There's no threat whatsoever. How? I'm going to go there. No, maybe not. Get the bishop here. I'm just going to go there. Give my rook some room. Space. Yeah, maybe that was too big to be expected. I want to get rid of this knight. The weakening has been yeah. Let's go here, just for fun, and then go to f4 after defending it again with the queen. Then hoping that he doesn't do that. Oh no, it takes. My knight was gone. Grrr. Never mind, I just continue with my plan. So I can go here because I can go there, but then he will exchange everything. Or not. It's not like I'm threatening to take there. Yeah, it was just bullshit. That's what it was. Pure bullshit. However, I'm gonna make use of my open. I'm not going to make use. Well, actually, I'm just going to make use of my open H file. If I get the time to move my king over here, threaten anything? Well, it threatens to win my queen. But if I go there, then no longer. Oh, I can just take it like that anyway. Never mind. Threatens the queen. Who cares? I could put my knight here. That would be nice. And then push the pawn. And I can no longer put my knight here. Go away. Oh, he doesn't even want to double the rooks. Amazing. Okay, now I go here. Threatening to win a pawn. And no, that's about it. Whoa. Why would I not play this pawn now? Well, it goes back and defends that pawn. That is true, yes. I can take here, now it takes with the queen. I can just first take here, and it takes like that, and then I push my pawn, and then I'm threatened to take the pinned knight. That is no longer possible now. Black has a problem. It's a funny thing that moving the rook here made it impossible for the bishop to go there, right? Because the rook is now there. And the queen could go here. No, it's pinned, so I'm gonna take this thing here or not? Well, I suppose no, it's pinned. There's nothing you can do. Well, I could do basically nothing, and then if I take the bishop, yeah. Yeah, not a super bad move, I suppose. I'm still pawn down. I want to win a pawn back. But oh. Yeah, this is a double pawn word. Maybe you don't have to win it back. Huh? Free. It's all free. No, it's not free. Bullshit. I didn't see that you can push this one. No, that's horrible. I think I got away with it, right? Sort of. Not really, but more or less a little bit. Oh, that's a good move. Rook takes, and then I like this. Yep, and I win the game. Okay, just need one tempo. Move everything one. I think I win this because it's symmetrical. I just keep it symmetrical and then I win. Am I a complete idiot? Come on. Let's not think about it. Yeah, now I have to skip a move. Shit. Well, then I can take here, and then of course I can take here. I take, push, take. Am I still in time? I think I'm still in time. Yeah. I have two connected free pawns, so totally winning. He's gonna do. Oh, he resigns. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, it's totally going to shop now. What is this? Ending boycott. Boycott of who? Light chess is in cooperation with positive changes. which is originally boycotted both the St. Louis Chess Club and the US Federation due to serious concerns about accountability at organizations as described in detail in our original announcement. Following our announcement and findings, chess.com also announced boycott of the STLCC. Well, no other platforms boycotted US chess. Well, we will restore the STL status on our platform, and this time we will not be lifting our boycott on the US chess. Background. Oh God. It's always sexual this, sexual that. Allegations. Serious. Well, like what? Oh, by Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who was employed by the STLCC and often contracted or engaged with chess. Yeah. You never know if they said, I think you are cute, or that they actually dragged them in a cupboard and raped them, because the difference does not seem to exist. So I'm like, yeah, what happened? I want to know that. Don't say that. Oh, whatever. I'll be back later, maybe.